None. I will call the meeting back to order and seek a motion to meet in camera for deliberations. Could I get it? Yep, all in favor, opposed, motion carried, committee The committee is now in public session. Thank you. Hello. Afternoon. Hello. Feel free to grab coffee or tea in the back or water. Okay, welcome. Next up, we will be hearing from Michael Harvey, Information and Privacy Commission and Register of Lobbyists. You have 25 minutes to present, followed by 30 minutes of question from the committee. We do have a timer on the screen today to help us stay on schedule. So I'll turn it now over to you, Michael, and if you would introduce your staff and then begin your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good afternoon, Chair, Deputy Chair, and members of the committee. I would like to begin this afternoon by recognizing the traditional territories of the Lekwungen people, also known as the Songhees and Esquimalt First Nations, where we are meeting today. And as an officer of this legislature, I also acknowledge that I'm privileged to work with people across many traditional territories covering all regions of our province. Joining me this afternoon are Deputy Commissioners Oline Twiss and Jeanette Vandenbalk, Director of Communications Michelle Mitchell in the back, and I'm also joined by Dave Van Sweeten, Deputy of Corporate Shared Services, with whom you are likely now quite familiar. The submission before you this afternoon encompasses the work of both the Office of the Information and Privacy Commissioner and the Office of the Registrar of Lobbyists for British Columbia. As the Information and Privacy Commissioner, I am designated the Registrar of Lobbyists under the Lobbyist Transparency Act. If you turn to the OIPC budget submission, you will see that Table 1 sets out our key funding requests in a standalone table for ease of reference. I would like to start by emphasizing that I am sensitive to the fiscal circumstances facing the province and have put before you the most minimal responsible ask that will allow us to maintain current service levels and for me to discharge my statutory mandates. As I discussed with you earlier this month when we met, these mandates are critical to trust and transparency of those we serve. Compared to my approved 2024-25 budget, the actual increase we are requesting, $579,000, is less than 5%. So that figure, that percentage figure, is lower than the 12% operating change that you'll see when you compare it to the comparison to our 23-24 submission that the 25-26 estimates were based on. I'm referring here to the figure you see on page 1 of our budget submission. The 5% figure that I think is a better actual representation of our ask is, you can see that at Appendix A of our budget submission on the very last page. So let me explain why I think those numbers are important to understand the difference. The difference between those two figures is largely explained by money that have been scheduled to come out of the budget in 25-26 that we have now determined we need to maintain to provide efficient and acceptable service to the people in BC. So I'll speak to the specifics of that funding over the course of these remarks. So with that, I'd like to direct your attention to page 2 of our submission, where I'll start with our request for wage inflation of 2.28%. So this request is made up of 4 components. The first is 0.33 for cost of living inflation to cover the actual costs of wage inflation in 2024-25. So we absorbed that last year, but we need to structure it into our budget going forward now. Second component is 0.62%. So that's the cost of living inflation that has been forecast based on an estimate of collective bargaining for 25-26. The third component is 0.86 for scheduled wage increases in 2025-26. So this is where staff receive incremental increase over the cost of living, largely based on the length of time in their position. And the last component is 0.47 in funding to cover maternity and paternity leaves. This is a cost that the OIPC has historically absorbed, but after review and my experience over the past year, we've determined that we're no longer able to absorb those costs within our budget as we've exhausted the flexibility within our budget. So we're asking for them as part of our inflation ask this year. The next key request is for funding to maintain specified core service operations in 25-26 that had been approved in previous years. The specifics of this are in business case 1, which is before you. So these positions are necessary as demand for our services have surpassed the resources available to address them. It includes $316,000 to retain 2 adjudicator positions that were originally scheduled to end after the 2024-25 year. So these are existing people that we have on staff now, and I'm planning to keep them. As I mentioned when we met earlier this month, 90% of the matters that come before our office are closed at case review or intake or investigations. A fraction then, but 10% then, would proceed to inquiry. And the bulk of these files end up in a legally binding order from an adjudicator, operating on the basis of my delegated authority. The adjudication team produced 124 orders last fiscal year. Adjudicators handle the most complex cases that come before the office on matters that have a deep impact on people in BC. From someone trying to get copies of their own medical records to the person whose personal information was improperly collected and used by a park board, to the father trying to get medical and mental health records about his child in care. In all of these cases, adjudicators have to carefully analyze the facts before them, determine how the law operates, and identify what records should or should not be disclosed. And while the issues continue to get more complex in nature, we have seen an increase in cases that have involved more records than ever before. For example, a recent inquiry involved 30,000 pages of records, which required analysis by the adjudicator to determine which records should be released and which should not. This detailed work, which, along with the usual correspondence between the two parties, took place over a 12-month period, delaying the start of other files. So going back to November 2021, and when we at that time recognized we couldn't keep up with growing demand for inquiries, the committee approved funding to address the significant wait times at that time. And that included these 2 adjudicators for a 3-year period, and these are the ones that are set to expire after 24-25. Also during that period, the office undertook continuous improvement processes and updated policies to maximize effectiveness while maintaining quality for people in BC. So since bringing on these new resources between 22 and 24, the backlog in inquiries has started to move in the right direction, with a reduction from 237 files in 2021 to 218 at the end of 24-25. But meanwhile, the pressure on that division has grown, with inquiries requested seeing an increase on an annual basis, 149 to 222, and also the inquiries that were closed rising from 161 to 169. So the reduction that we've managed to achieve is not all the way down to 133 that we had projected it to be. It has come down a bit, but not that far. And but we still need to have the positions online to continue pushing it down. Moreover, we've seen a 5-year trend that indicates that the increase in all files coming before our office is not slowing down. In fact, our core files, complaints and requests for review have almost doubled since 2020, 2021. And there's been a 19% increase in the past year alone. So I'd ask you to note that the steepness of this increase is actually a recent surprise. If I had met with you in the fall, I would have said that we were experiencing a kind of slow, gradual, but relentless growth. Even if we met in February, after the tariff crisis first emerged, I would have forecasted a crisis surge. We usually see a surge in files when there's a crisis, and I would have predicted that crisis surge to be occurring in about 8 months, once really the effects of it start to be felt and people start losing their jobs and so on. But the recent data that we've shown has seen a real spike occurring in the last quarter of 2024-25. And this is going to start driving up our operating costs even sooner than we had expected. So, in short, demand is ramping up and we need to retain the resources that we have to keep up. And based on the stats in front of me, we've determined that we need to, at a minimum, maintain these 2 positions as permanent FTEs to keep the backlog from growing. I want to stress at a minimum. I decided to defer a broader ask this year out of prudence, given the uncertainty that we're currently in and the fiscal pressure that the province is currently under. But I will almost surely need to make a more ambitious ask for 2026-27 to deal with the growing demand. Another request under this same business case relates to our core service operations regarding legal costs involving judicial reviews of OIPC decisions. In September of 2024, the committee approved our supplemental funding request for $410,000 in the 24-25 fiscal year to address these legal costs. Now, in the end, we did not need the full approved amount, but only half of it, and so the balance has been returned. But moving forward, I'm requesting an additional $250,000 for legal costs in the 25-26 budget, as a 3-year review of legal costs has shown that the demand for legal service has been steady at this level now, and we are predicting that going forward. Cases that proceed to court are hard to forecast because they're one-off cases and they're out of the control of my office. We must respond if someone wishes to take that legal route, and they typically involve parties with big interests that are committed to seeing their cases through to the end. Under this business case, I'm also requesting we continue from our 2024-25 budget into 25-26, $50,000 in operating and $2,000 in capital funding for a permanent administrative support. Now, this had been originally scheduled to end after the 2024-25 fiscal year. So this funding had been approved by your predecessor committee years ago to support the OIPC when it was functioning as the Secretariat for the Asia-Pacific Privacy Authorities. So we served as the Secretariat for that organization for 8 years. But we have now transitioned it to Singapore, and that was a planned transition. Singapore's Personal Data Protection Commission took over that Secretariat, and so the money, the $50,000 that the committee had been approved for that purpose, was due to fall out of the budget. Now, we do remain, however, an active member of APA. We just don't have the Secretariat anymore. But as demand for our services has increased over the past 5 years, the OIPC has supplemented that $50,000 to create a full-time role, and that administrative support serves as a frontline position in the office and provides office-wide administrative support. The position has aided in establishing efficiencies and is one of only 2 administrative staff that provide support to about 60 employees across the OIPC and the ORL, and answers approximately 2,000 requests for information by phone annually. These conversations matter to people in BC, to the person who has been notified that they were impacted by a data breach and don't know where to turn, to the person who is trying to file a Freedom of Information request and isn't clear about their rights, to the organization trying to make sure that they are fulfilling their obligations under the Act. This frontline position is one of many in the office that helps provide answers when people are feeling vulnerable and frustrated, and is essential to maintaining the core services we provide. So again, like the two adjudicator positions, this money had been scheduled to fall away from our budget, but an increase in demand for the services of our office has meant that I really feel we need to keep it. So I'm looking to maintain that $50,000 so we can continue to do that. I'd like to turn your attention now to our second business case that deals with new funding requested on IT modernization. I'm requesting $180,000 in operating and $19,000 in capital for our portion of the funding needed to modernize specific technology within our office and to increase security. Our Chief Information Officer has evaluated our equipment and processes and identified a number of updates that are required to meet the needs of our office. For example, our information assets are currently managed by an outdated system focused on paper records, and moving to a process that can process both paper and electronic records is critical to maintaining an accurate inventory and secure storage of records. Another example is providing ongoing cybersecurity staff training similar to the system the Legislative Assembly uses to prevent phishing attacks and to keep staff vigilant and aware of the threat phishing emails pose. My office, perhaps more than any other, knows that the world of cybersecurity is evolving, and more advanced tools and software to assist in increasing our security measures are vital. Many of the requests in this area are fixed, and sharing the overall costs across the 4 offices not only increases the value to each office, but magnifies the value for the return on investment. So finally, I'll speak to business case 3 that is before you, which focuses on supporting acceptable and efficient services and represents the minimum resources we need to do so for the people of BC. The first request under this business case is for $116,000 to maintain 1 Registrar of Inquiries, FDE, starting in 2025-26. Earlier, I spoke about the important role the inquiry team plays for complex matters that come before the office. An integral cog in the makeup of that team are the registrars of inquiries, who support adjudicators by issuing the notice of inquiry that ultimately starts the inquiry process. By gathering submissions, deciding preliminary matters, preparing the inquiry file for the adjudicator, formatting and issuing orders, monitoring compliance, and responding to questions about procedure, the orders, or next steps. So we identified the need for additional registrar support in 2022, and we reallocated resources to fund a registrar FTE in 2023-24 and 24-25 from within existing resources. However, as we have now exhausted the flexibility within our budget, we can no longer rely on other cost-saving measures to fund this position, and so I am here now seeking to make the position a permanent one. So again, this is not a new position I'm asking for at this time. I'm asking for the funding to support a person that's already working in our office to maintain that position. People in British Columbia benefit directly when those involved in supporting the inquiry process are properly resourced. Prior to reallocating resources for the registrar position, the wait time from the time a request for inquiry came in the door to the time an inquiry process began was 17 months. Since the additional position was put in place, that wait time has decreased to approximately 7 months. So without this resource, wait times at inquiry will increase and acceptable levels of service will not be possible. This will directly affect the public's trust in our office, which is the backstop to the important function that we play in BC's democracy. Finally, I'm requesting $119,000 in operating costs and $2,000 in capital to bring on an office manager starting in 2025-26. The OIPC has had a 40% increase in staff since 2020 to address both increased demands for OIP services and legislative amendments requiring additional services from the OIPC and the ORL. Yet administrative support has not kept pace. This has led to several management tasks being carried out by the deputies and senior leaders across the office, which is an inefficient use of resources as their time is best spent on supporting their lines of business and office priorities. The office manager will be able to review our administrative processes and streamline them, and the work of the executive administrative assistant, which I was talking about before, so that we can work as efficiently as possible while meeting the growing demand coming before us. Key duties of the office manager would include keeping a close eye on the budget, managing and developing office-wide policies, tasks, events, and logistics, development of an office-wide learning plan, meeting the office's requirements under the Accessible BC Act, and developing an information management strategy. The office manager will work with corporate shared services on office-wide initiatives and changes relating to human resources and finance. As I mentioned, certain of these tasks are currently undertaken by my deputies and senior leaders, which takes away from their efforts to use their expertise in their appropriate subject areas, such as reducing wait times. Certain other tasks would be enhancements on the corporate services side. So I'd be happy now to respond to any of your questions or to walk you through any of the STOBs in detail with the time we have left this afternoon. But before I invite your questions, I want to acknowledge our OIPC and ORL teams. I've been working with them now for almost a year, and I can say that their dedication is second to none. It is the finest and highest quality team that I've had the privilege to work with in my career, and it's really been a privilege. With that, Chair, I thank you and the committee for your care and attention to these matters. My team and I are now pleased to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you so much for that presentation. Yes, we'll open it up for any questions from the members. Okay, recognize a member from Coquitlam-Millarville.
Thank you so much, Chair, and thank you for your presentation, and thank you for the work that you do. So I'm hoping to just discuss, going through your annual report, one of the priorities identified is cooperation between British Columbia and other jurisdictions. And you mentioned the Asia Pacific Privacy Authority, you coordinate with them.
Yes.
But did I hear correctly that you have allocated an FTE that's an administrative position to that cooperation?
Sure. So we first agreed as the OIPC to take on that secretariat role for APA more than 8 years ago, and served as secretariat for that role at that time. That was and our collaboration with APA is a strategic priority for this office. BC looks west, it looks out. And these are our most important trading partners, and understanding the way that our partner regulators in other jurisdictions regulate privacy and data transfers is really important, so that we can ensure that we regulate them in a manner that will facilitate smooth data transfer and in the interests of businesses in British Columbia and attracting businesses to British Columbia, but also protecting the rights of the people of British Columbia. So it has been a long-term strategic priority, and I think it served the office very well to act as secretariat over those 8 years. But I think that we got the benefit of that, and it was time to hand over that position. So your successors as members of this committee had seen the strategic importance of that work and had deemed fit to approve $50,000 to help support an administrative position to help with that secretariat role. But now that we don't need to do that work anymore, and in foreseeing that work had fallen away. But in the meantime, over that period, that position, that administrative support position, has come to provide a really important administrative role to the office as a whole. I mean, it is notable, it's certainly notable to me that an office of 60 people currently has only 2 administrative positions. The office that I had come from in my previous job had only 14 positions and 2 administrative positions. So I think we're pretty lean on the administrative front, and I think we certainly need to keep that position. So that's why we're asking for that number to be
Sorry,
made.
I think we got a little sideways on the question. What I meant was perhaps you could detail for me a little bit more about I'm assuming that the person who is the administrative position
Yes.
is not our representative to the committee and does not get involved in negotiation or.
Not at all.
Right. So
No.
I think what would be really helpful to me to understand is if you could perhaps detail to me where in the budget it represents, for instance, like cross-provincial conversations, international conversation between us, the United States, conversation in the Asia Pacific privacy, like where is that work represented in the budget?
In our current budget,
Yeah.
primarily in the policy shop and among the executive ranks. So that now that we don't have to do administrative work associated with the Secretariat, so the primary work, the resources that go to support our collaborative work are primarily in the policy shop, and my executives spend a fair amount of time doing collaborative work. And then there is the work that we do. So that's our general interjurisdictional policy work that we do. And then we are also engaged in joint investigations on certain things. So right now we have three major joint investigations going on TikTok, on OpenAI, and on Certain, which is Certain is a company that's involved across Canada in doing checks for landlords in rental situations. So we do those investigations collaboratively with other offices, the federal office, Alberta, and Quebec. So that work, the people that work on that work are in our investigations division and in our audit and special review, what we call our answer division. So people across those multiple divisions are involved in interjurisdictional collaborative work. Is that a clear answer?
That's what I was looking for.
Okay.
I think it would be helpful to me to understand, say, what proportion of the budget would you estimate is assigned to international cooperation? But I'm thinking from your answer, it's not something that you pull out.
Yeah, it's not pull out. And similarly, our travel budget is, part of our travel budget would help support that work as well. But yeah, it's not easy to kind of disentangle that work. Yeah.
Thank you. I have more questions if no one else has.
No other questions? And yes, continue.
All right. So can you talk a little bit about the recent spike in cases? That's very interesting that we would have experienced such a sharp rise in cases in such a short space of time. And I'm hoping you can speak to that a little bit more.
Yeah, I have to say it's not easy to explain because we don't really have data on what these cases are about. And so, as I've said before, it's usual for us to see a spike in cases when at times of, let's say, greater stress for the province. So, during COVID, there would have been a spike as people just were unhappy with decisions that public bodies and organizations, primarily public bodies, were making, and then they would come in with seeking access to information about whatever their issue was about, or having with privacy issues about what public bodies were doing, and with inquiries and complaints, and then complaints about the freedom of information requests. So it's not unusual for us to see a spike in cases about that. You'd often see spikes that will kind of align with the electoral cycle. So as things are getting more political, but this particular spike in cases in this quarter that we detected doesn't really line up with that so much. So it's not easy for us to know exactly what's driving this spike. Our sense is that there is an increasing tension in our society here in British Columbia, just as with elsewhere in the country, and that this is driving an increase in complaints. It also can well be tied, although it wouldn't, a growth in our file, a more gradual, would be associated with just a general increase in awareness of our office. As we do our business and as media attracts attention to us, you're going to get more people finding out about their rights and making requests for information and complaints and so on. This is a good news. This isn't bad news. It's good news that people are coming to our office and requesting complaints. It's work, and work costs money, which is why I'm here, but this is the price of democracy in British Columbia. It's a privilege to do this work. So that would help explain the more gradual increase that we've been experiencing for years. So I guess in short answer, not entirely sure why we're seeing a spike in the last quarter, except we suspect it may be due to just an increase in anxiety about the uncertain times that we're living in.
Interesting. And so is there anyone else who has questions? I can wait until.
No, I'm just jamming along with you.
Okay, awesome. So am I understanding correctly that you perhaps don't know what the cases are about yet because you're still experiencing a backlog, so you don't know what the new cases are about?
Yeah, they're being worked on. So it takes where are we, about 3 months for files when they hit intake to be assigned to an investigator. So it is still early in the stage for us to be doing the analysis about exactly what the root causes are.
Maybe it's a little bit off of budget consideration, but very interesting, and look forward to hearing about that next year or in the fall when you come back.
Absolutely, I'll make note of that for sure.
Thank you. Could we speak a little bit about leasing? Leasing?
Lease, yes.
So
yeah.
your office was also coming to the end of its lease term, and how did that progress? Is there any budget implication there?
The budget implication is that we're going to be saving a little bit of money. So that's good news. We have previously, and I expect you've heard about this to a certain extent already, that we previously have been in a 15-year lease at 947 Fort, and so we've now renewed for a 10-year lease. And there's some savings that have come with that, but at the same time, we've also gotten some money as part of the new lease arrangement to help meet some accessibility priorities that are now our responsibility under the Accessible BC Act. So this is a good news situation. So yeah, it was happy to see that we were able to return some money to the budget process through that.
Sorry, can I clarify? Are you co-located with another office?
Yes, there's at 947 Fort. We're there, as well as the Conflict of Interest Commissioner occupies some space on the 6th floor of that building. The Ombudsperson is also headquartered there, and the Mayor Commissioner is also there. So 3 of those are CSS officers that you've already met with, and the Conflict of Interest Commissioner is not a CSS office, but she's also there.
Okay, thank you. And is there anybody?
Yes, recognizing member from Skeena.
So sorry, I forgot what the term was, an office manager, I believe.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. I saw $119,000 there. Can you break down what that is? Is that just a wage? And then further to that, is this a position that could potentially be shared amongst the offices rather than just being dedicated solely to your office? I'm just thinking if it's work that already people have been, I understand what you're saying about, it's work that's taking away from those people's other responsibilities, but is this something where potentially this could be a shared position amongst all of those offices?
Yeah, I mean, we did. So this is one of the things that I first began to investigate when I arrived about a year ago and started to pay close attention to the operations of the office. So first of all, let me answer your first question. So it's not just wage, it's wage plus benefits. So this would be a band 3 position. So a band 3 position, the salary component is, Dave would know this, about 110, and so then you have to add on a benefit component of that, and then there is a capital component that goes with every position that is related, a computer and
And so this is a full-time in-office job?
Yeah, this would be a full, now, many of our staff work either remotely or hybrid, and to be honest, the only staff that are required to be full-time in office by the nature of their jobs are the 2 administrative assistants, the executive coordinator that reports directly to me, and the executive administrative assistant. Those are the only 2 jobs that are required to be full-time in office. I haven't actually yet made a decision about whether I would also require the office manager to be full-time in office, although that's an important thing to think about. But I would imagine that particularly at the outset, it would be important for that person to be in the office quite a lot. So that's part of the equation. I also considered, with respect to your second question, about is this a position that could be essentially part of corporate shared services? And so would it solve the problem that we were facing to, in some sense, enhance the CSS staff, or to change something about our relationship with CSS staff? And what I came to conclude was that the real need was for people to be within our office and really understand the day-to-day operations of our budget in an ongoing way. Like, that's really the need. The most work that is currently done by my deputies that really needs to be done by a dedicated person is really the nitty-gritty of managing our budget on a day-to-day basis. And to do that on a day-to-day basis, you really need to be with us looking at the specifics of how we spend every day. So there's that. But there's also the work that is currently not being done. So developing an information management strategy specific to how we run our business, I think this is work that needs to be done within the office, intimately familiar with our business. We get excellent support from corporate shared services, but a shared service comes to a limit of its utility when you really need to be someone with you every day in your business and understanding it. So that's why I'm recommending this model.
Could I just follow up on that quickly? So the main reason I was asking, and I mean, I might be completely off base here, but at $110,000 a year, I mean, for an office manager, in my opinion, that seems like quite a high salary. I have a family member that's a very qualified office manager, and she's been doing that for a long time, and her salary is about $80,000 a year plus benefits. So, I mean, I understand that we need to be competitive. You want to get someone that's good, obviously, and I totally understand that concept. But is this something where you guys have made a determination of which, you know, I can't remember the term that you use, which band
Band
that
3,
goes
yep.
into, or is that something that's pre-set by someone else? It just seems, and maybe I'm not fully understanding the roles and responsibilities, but as far as an office manager goes, to me, it just seems like it's a fairly decent salary. So if it was my business that I was running, I would anticipate that person would be full-time in the office and would have quite a bit of responsibility for that wage, right?
Yeah. It is a significant, so what we did to get at this, to make this recommendation is we outlined all of the job responsibilities that the person would have, and I consulted with the HR support that we have about what a job for someone with all those responsibilities would look like, and that's where we landed at the Band 3 discussion, and that's where the number came from. The key, I think, of what we're looking for a person with that level of seniority is the strategic thinking. Being able to think really strategically, understand our budget and think, and understand the resources that we have and think strategically going forward. And so I think the degree, this isn't an administrative position. This is really a strategic management position. And so I think that's what would push it up to the Band 3 rather than a Band 2 position, which would be a little bit lower down among the range.
So the name of the
around
job
range that
title
you're
is
talking
somewhat
about.
misleading when
Yeah.
you look at the actual, what would be required and what you're looking for in somebody. And is this something you're looking to internally hire for, or is this going to be an outside hire?
So I think maybe a better, we've kind of gone back and forth on what position. So I think, at one point we were thinking about calling it like a chief administrative officer, but I think a chief administrative officer, you'd be looking at an executive level, like a Band 4 or higher position. The better title might end up being like director of corporate services or something like that. the title is notional at this point. It's that someone that we're looking for
That's fair,
with strategic
yeah. I think
management.
it was the title that kind of threw me off a little
Yeah.
bit, and maybe this might be a better question than for Dave, but is this something that many of the other offices already have or are looking at as far as this type of position? Because I think we've heard from everybody that we've heard from today saying, you know, our caseload is increasing. It seems like more and more of the public is requiring help to be able to access services or whatever it is. So is this something that's common amongst the other offices as well?
Say absolutely. We heard from the other three offices that my division supports, and there is that need to have that sort of detailed program knowledge. And when you think of the inception of this position, it's really taking some of the work from Jeanette and O-line and allowing them to focus on those cases that need that attention. So very much so that this is a common approach. It was said this morning on how corporate shared services is most efficient when it can deliver a similar service the same way to all four offices. And then there's that sort of interface that we have with the office. So for example, I meet with O-line on a monthly basis to talk about the budget, and that's time she spent with me to learn about the budget and how we're spending on legal help. That takes away from some of the file work that she has to do.
Okay, may I just have one more follow-up? Thank you. So I know with our first presentation this morning, they were talking about, you know, streamlining a lot of processes and making sure that it's a bit more user-friendly as far as having a digital component through a website that allows people to find information quickly, to be able to resolve their own complaints or inquiries, to try and break down some of that workload. And I'm just wondering, is that, should have asked this of the other groups that presented, I don't know why I didn't think about it, but is that something that you guys are also doing through your office, to try and ensure that you're limiting the amount of fairly basic cases that are coming forward, taking away from staff time?
Yeah, I think that's a very astute question. I think the only way that we are going to keep on top of a growing caseload is to really bear down on continuous improvement. I didn't ask for new human resources, so incrementally new human resources over what we have now to deal with our increasing file load. And this year, although I did, you know, again, for the record, warn you that might come to it the next time I'm here. But we also are engaging in a strategic planning process. And I don't want to get ahead of my own strategic planning process. There is little question that as part of the strategic, one of the priorities or some of the priorities in our strategic plan will be how do we operationally improve our services to the people of the province in how efficiently we operate those services. I see this as a way to enhance trust and transparency in the way that we deliver our services. So we're going to have to look at technology on a number of different fronts. We're going to have to look at technology about in how we deliver our services. We're also going to have to increase our expertise, our technological expertise in also what we're delivering our services about, because you know changing technology very much drives, particularly on the privacy side. So there is no question that we're going to have to focus on technological improvements in those two ways in the year to come. But I didn't want to get ahead of my strategic planning process. So you are almost surely going to be hearing more about that the next time I'm in front of you, both in terms of what we've been able to achieve within the resource complement that we have, and supplemental resources that we might need to further invest in that area going forward.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I recognize a member from Coquitlam-Millarville.
Thank you. Again, going back to your annual report from last year, congratulations on the completion of the Canadian Tire case. That was big and a huge piece. One of the things we've heard a lot about today is the intersection of privacy and AI and the concerns around there from the Ombudsman's office as well. And I was wondering if you could talk a little bit about any cooperation or synergy between your work and the Ombudsman's work as it relates to AI and privacy concerns.
So thank you for that question. You know, I think it dovetails quite nicely with the discussion that we were just having, because, you know, as we continue to focus on how do we prepare ourselves for this world that is changing so quickly? I think it's easy to predict that when I'm back before you, as Ombudsperson Chalk asked for this year, that I may very well be asking for resources to support growth and expertise in our office. But we're not there at this juncture. So specific to your question, we have already collaborated with the Ombudsperson and the Human Rights Commissioner in providing feedback to government on its AI plan. So it's very clear that for proper governance of AI, you need to consider privacy, but you also need to consider fairness from the perspective that the Ombudsperson would look at it, and also fairness from a human rights perspective. So it's very clear that as AI becomes more a part of our society, then we're going to have to find ways to look at it across the board. Under our current statutory regime, British Columbia's privacy laws do currently govern AI applications. We are now engaged in a joint collaborative investigation with our colleagues across the country on OpenAI, so we're already investigating that. But as the situation changes, I think that we're going to have to think about how do we collaborate more in the way that, building on the work that we've already done with the Ombudsperson and the Human Rights Commissioner to see how do we come up with good governance for AI in British Columbia.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. I think, is there any possibility that in the future, there could be, in the same way that you do corporate shared services, that you could share staffing with the Office of the Ombudsman to approach that same topic? It's
an interesting concept. I think there would probably need to be statutory change for that to happen. It's not the, I'm imagining some sort of joint regulatory regime. In some jurisdictions, there's been talk about a separate commissioner for this kind of work. I'm not sure that is the best model. I think that I think that there's aspects of the privacy commissioner's model that could grow to become a data protection officer, similar to in some jurisdictions in Europe. I think that it's more likely that on a case-by-case basis we would find opportunities to collaborate rather than have shared. I don't know that I've seen that model of shared resource across regulatory offices because of the way that the legislative mandates work. It's an interesting thought.
I was thinking more of expertise, right? That it's going to be challenging to find someone who has legal expertise and expertise in the area of AI and its execution under the law. So
yeah. One way that we can deal with that is with consultants. So right now, for some of our technical expertise, we go outside to a consultant that has expertise in a particular area. I'm not sure if he does. I don't know if either of you know if that consultant does work for other IOLAs. Yes. But yeah, so this would be a good example of how we use that resource. So an independent consultant that provides services, those expert services to multiple offices, is a way to kind of work that idea.
Be efficient. Thank you. And then I just have one more question, unless do we have? No? Okay, fantastic. Thank you so much. So big piece of your work is public bodies and the regulation of public bodies and ensuring that when public bodies have data breaches that they individually notify people who've experienced a data loss or exposure of data in those data breaches. Can you talk a little bit more about how that works in your office and how that relates to your budget?
Sure. Yeah. Do you want to handle that one?
Yeah. Okay. So in British Columbia right now, it is only in the public sector that the law requires reporting of breaches to the commissioner. In our office, it's the investigations team that will process those after they come in through case review, and so it's integrated. The investigators also do complaint files and requests for review files, so it's integrated across the teams. It's a portion of the work that they do, maybe about a quarter of the work, although I will say the commissioner has recommended that, similar to other jurisdictions in the country, the private sector should also be required to report breaches to our office, and to individuals that are affected. And I think you are likely aware that the purpose of that is so that people can take steps to mitigate any potential harms that could arise from the breach of their personal information. So it's integrated into the teams, and the investigators follow a 4-step process where they look and work with the public body or an organization that may voluntarily report to us to contain the breach, and then they'll do a risk assessment, and if the risk assessment reveals that notification is necessary to take steps to mitigate harms, then they'll monitor that that step is carried out, and then the last step is to look at prevention so that the public body or organization can prevent a similar incident from happening again.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, recognizing member from Surrey Panorama.
Speaking of AI there, have you been looking into the use of AI to help out your business model and how you can operate?
We haven't looked, we haven't gone deep into it, but this is what I was alluding to earlier when, in an answer to your colleague's question about using technology to improve services. I don't want to get too far ahead of this. My mandate as a privacy commissioner, I think, leads me to want to be particularly cautious about getting too far ahead. I think we really need to understand the privacy implications of this technology before we ourselves leap into it. But that said, technology, if it can be done, can be done in a manner that's safe and respectful of the rights of the people of this province, if it can improve services, then I'm open to using it. But we do currently have an ongoing investigation into the largest use case of AI, so I'm kind of inclined to let that take its course before diving too deep into that bubble.
Okay, I have a couple of questions. First one is there a statutory requirement how soon or fast you have to reply to the request for information?
For how far, so there is a statutory requirement for how fast public bodies have to respond to an FOI request.
Okay.
And when someone makes an FOI request to us, we are similarly bound. But in terms of how long it takes to process a request for review or a complaint investigation that comes to our office, that's not bounded by time. So it depends, as I think I mentioned on a couple of occasions now, but 90% of files are resolved either on intake or on investigation, so that will happen within a number of months. But if that file happens to go all the way to inquiry, it could end up taking a couple of years. I want to get those numbers down, but it's not specifically limited by time in the Act.
Okay, thank you. You mentioned that you have been reallocating your budget to cover the FTE. Can you tell us a little more about that in terms of which budget that you reallocated from predominantly, and why you can't continue to do that now at this point?
Yeah, so the answer is, and I believe you've probably heard similar stories from my colleagues who've appeared before you, it has to do with what we call salary lag. So when someone moves on from a position, it takes time to fill the position again. Time to fill can be on average, about 3 months by the time that you advertise for the job and go through the hiring process and there's notice and so on. And so during that time, the job is vacant. And of course, the bad news there is that nobody's doing that work, but the good news is that you get a bit of savings because you're not paying during that time, and then that gives you a bit of flex to be able to reallocate and within your salary budget over the course of the year. Historically, we could, I think the analysis until before this year was that you could plan for about 5% of your salary budget would emerge, savings of about 5% would emerge over the course of a year from salary lag. But what we started to experience last year was that we weren't seeing those savings emerge, and we were, to a certain extent, we were the victims of our own success because people weren't quitting and moving on to other jobs. They were staying. And I think for my office, I think a lot of that has to do with our remote and hybrid work. People enjoy that arrangement and are happy to continue working for us, which is, don't get me wrong, a very good news story. But it does mean that we don't have that flexibility to be able to reallocate resources within the scope of a current year. And so if you look at our actuals for last year, which is the 24-25 year, which is now closed, you'll see that there's an overspend of 339, I believe 300, in the order of $339,000 on the salary budget. And we were feeling that heat. It became pretty obvious pretty early in the year that we weren't seeing the savings that we would have seen in a normal year because we weren't seeing that level of transition. Again, a good thing, but what were we going to do? And so we ended up making ourselves whole through savings in other areas of the budget, other areas of our operational budget, largely through professional services. But we really ended up landing pretty much quite right on the nose with a level of really our savings for last year show at 1.9%. We're returning 1.9% of our budget, but the vast bulk of that, most of that, is the money that we're returning from the supplemental ask for legal costs that we got in the fall, and we only spent half of it, and we're returning that other half. If it wasn't for that, then we would have landed right on the nose. And we would have ended up subsidizing our salary budget from our operational budget. So we don't want to keep doing that because that means that we are not able to do strategic priorities that we want to do. So that's, moving into next year, we are planning to risk manage, manage on salary lag more than I would have liked to. But again, I really worked to try to grind down the budget ask as low as possible. Out of respect for the fiscal circumstances that the province is in. Does that answer your question, Chair?
Yes, it does. Thank you. Okay, that is the end of the presentation. Thank you so much. And I will now seek a motion to meet in camera for deliberation. Member, could I get a motion? Yes, thank you. Okay, all in favor? Opposed? Okay, we are now in Session that I need someone else to move to adjourn the meeting.
moved.
All in favor, yes. Motion
Aye.
carried. The committee now stands adjourned. Thank you very much.